Center, the Blue Jays just completed their on-field ceremonies acknowledging the offensive highlights of 40 seasons. R.A. Dickey will take the mound, trying to pitch the Blue Jays to a sweep over the Boston Red Sox. And Boston, tough loss yesterday, but what a great win for the Blue Jays. And I know Dickey wants to continue that momentum. And I just left the dugout, of course, because I was down on the field for the ceremonies, and everybody was talking big day for a win. They're talking about winning all of a sudden, and that's the most important thing for the Blue Jays.
Well, what they did yesterday, I think, has a lot to do with that. The way they were able to come back against one of the best relievers in all of baseball. I thought their at-bats were tremendous. They had 7 two-strike hits in that ball game yesterday. Remember, they were striking out earlier this season on those two-strike at-bats. Now they're getting hits. They're finding the holes, going the other way when they need to. It was a huge comeback win for the Blue Jays. Now they have to take that momentum and carry it in today, because they are going to be in tough against David Price.
David Price is 7-1, and the Blue Jays have really performed well offensively. Let's take a look at the lineup for John Farrell's Boston Red Sox. All of a sudden, Boston has lost 4 in a row. Mookie Betts top of the order. Dustin Pedroia, then Xander Bogaerts in the 3rd spot. Bogaerts has a 21-game hit streak. He continued that hit streak with a home run yesterday. Had 11 extra base hits during those 21 games. And down in the 5th spot, Hanley Ramirez. He has put up big numbers against the Blue Jays this season. 13 hits in 37 at-bats, and Hanley Ramirez got a couple big hits for the Boston Red Sox yesterday. Boston will face R.A. Dickey for the 3rd time this season.
And you notice no David Ortiz. He was a late scratch, so R.A. Dickey gets ready for his 11th start of the season. He's 2-6, and he's winless here at home, so he's got to break that this afternoon. He's dropped both of his starts to Boston this year. He's made 9 starts now versus Boston since the start of 2015. That's 2 more than any other starter. Last time out, he pitched into the 7th inning, but unfortunately the Blue Jays again couldn't score many runs. He lost that ball game. 4-game losing streak versus the American League East. Trying to snap that one also.
A little different look in the outfield today. Ezekiel Carrera starts in left, Pilar's in center, and Bautista, of course, in right. On the infield, Josh Donaldson's at 3rd. Darwin Barney and Devin Travis up the middle. Justin Smoke has yet to make an error this season, and behind the plate, Josh Thole teams up with knuckleballer R.A. Dickey.
Devin Travis, what a game he had yesterday. He had the game-winning hit, so we're going to talk about him on defense. Made a couple of nice plays yesterday. He's starting to round into form also.
Mookie Betts takes the first pitch upstairs. Good to have Devin Travis. He has gotten a hit in every game since coming off the DL. There's a strike. 1-1 count to the leadoff man, Mookie Betts. 269 for the season.
Stop him, and you could have a pretty good chance of stopping the Red Sox. He leads major leagues with runs scored to 42. Got to keep him off the bases.
Warm afternoon here, 29 degrees at the start of this ball game, and outdoor for the first time here at Rogers Center for R.A. Dickey.
That might explain why he hasn't won here at home, pitching inside the dome. He likes it when he's outside. And there's that quick pitch from Dickey to try and upset the timing of the hitter. When you're outside, you've got the wind blowing, you got the air currents, and that'll make that knuckleball dance just a little bit more.
R.A. has lost 4 straight games against AL East opponents. Just missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Popped up. That's going to get into the seats, out of play. You saw the 24 games Dickey has pitched against the Red Sox. This is his 19th career start against Boston. For those starts, the Red Sox have hit .264 against him. Jays have lost both of his starts against Boston this season. Another foul into the seats.
He's lost both of them, but the Red Sox, we're going to have to watch their approach this afternoon against Dickey, because you mentioned all the starts that he has had against them. We have seen different approaches by the Red Sox over the years. Sometimes they're very patient with him. Sometimes they try to make him throw a lot of knuckleballs and get him out early. Last time we saw him, they were very aggressive against R.A.'s knuckleball.
They were aggressive, and they were going the other way.
And they were trying to go the other way, trying to stay on it just a little bit longer. We saw a lot of hits right back through the middle. We saw a lot of hits go the opposite field. Great hitters, and especially veteran type of hitters, they're going to make adjustments against that pitcher.
Down for ball 3. It's a full count to Mookie Betts. Dustin Pedroia. Blue Jays hate to see him come up to the plate. He has worn them out. Here's the 3-2 to Betts. Leadoff walk. Well, the Blue Jays, all of a sudden, over their last 9 games, they have 7 wins, and Pat, has been a little bit of everything that's contributed to this hot streak.
Well, they're starting to hit, I think, with runners in scoring position, and the bats are starting to come alive for them. They're playing good defense, and they're getting the good starting pitching that they've gotten all season long. The earned run average outstanding over the last 9 games. They're playing some tough competition also. They're the home runs, and for me, it's all about the offense starting to get in gear.
Pedroia takes the first pitch strike. Dustin Pedroia. He has really done a good job against the Blue Jays. Pedroia has that long hitting streak against the Jays. Pedroia has hit safely each of his last 22 games against the Blue Jays. That's the 4th longest hitting streak against the Jays in franchise history. The only players with longer hit streaks against Toronto: Jerry Remy, who's broadcasting next door with the Red Sox, Vladimir Guerrero, and Phil Bradley.
Extra base hits. He got a couple of them in yesterday's game, shooting the ball down the right field line. He had a gift double, if you will, here on Friday in his last at bat. A fly ball that fell into the outfield, some miscommunication. And he is tough in day games. His numbers last year, he led major leagues hitting with .368 average in day games.
Pedroia has also hit in 14 straight games here at Rogers Center. So he's a tough out. Dickey would love to see a ground ball right here. Fly ball to right. Bautista backing up. Ball's carrying a little bit today. 1 down.
The all-new Honda Civic, now available with Turbo, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Pretty good collector's item there. A triple-headed bobblehead given away to the fans as they came into the ballpark today. Xander Bogaerts takes the first pitch strike. Bogaerts has that 21-game hit streak. He also has a 10-game hit streak against American League East opponents. And he's hit well against R.A. Dickey.
He is starting to drive the ball now as he gets a little bit more familiar with the league. He gets a little bit older, a little bit stronger. His OPS is up over 900, which is unheard of for a shortstop. Drove the ball out of here yesterday for a home run.
Fly ball to left. Carrera has a bead on it. 2 down. Well, this was good news for the Blue Jays. Right before the start of this game, it was announced that David Ortiz was scratched. Remember, he fouled the ball off his foot yesterday. He did not play on Friday because his feet were bothering him. And so he is out of the lineup, and in his place, Travis Shaw, the third baseman, will move up. So John Farrell is missing one of the hottest bats in baseball right now.
Hottest bats and one of the best in this ballpark against the Blue Jays, and particularly against R.A. Dickey. He's got outstanding numbers. So filling the void will be Travis Shaw. And he's no slouch either.
The Blue Jays certainly can't take Shaw lightly, given what he has done against the Blue Jays this season. He has really gotten some big hits. This season he has 10 RBIs in 9 games against the Blue Jays.
6 extra base hits.
Looked like a pretty good pitch. 1-1 to the cleanup hitter, Travis Shaw. We mentioned this is the third start of the season for R.A. Dickey against the Boston Red Sox. He's 0-2. His ERA at 7.45 against Boston. Little chopper out in front of home. Thole comes out from behind the plate, and that's the inning. A leadoff walk to Mookie Betts, but nothing more. R.A. Dickey off to a good start. David Price will take the mound for Boston. Price making his first appearance here at Rogers Center since he pitched for the Blue Jays. Start in Toronto since being acquired by the Red Sox. He's 11-1 in this stadium in 15 career starts at Rogers Center. Take a look at the lineup for the Blue Jays. Of course, they had a big game yesterday. Comeback with 4 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th. Jose Bautista, look at his numbers against David Price. He's 18 for 52. 5 home runs against Price and 12 RBIs. He loves the good pitching. Josh Donaldson against Boston has been tough for them this year. 14 for 36 with 8 extra base hits for Josh Donaldson. So top of the order, really important for David Price.
As he gets ready for his 11th start of the season, 7-1 with an elevated ERA of 5.34. He's won each of his last 8 decisions versus the Blue Jays. That's the longest streak versus the club since Roger Clemens won 9 straight from 1988 to 1992.
First pitch inside to Bautista. Jose, as we mentioned, 5 home runs against Price. He has hit 5 home runs against Price, Shields, and John Lester. 3 pretty good pitchers. And 5 home runs against an individual pitcher, the most Bautista's hit against one pitcher, and he's done it against 3 tough ones.
And each one of those pitchers, they'll challenge you with fastballs. Price certainly will come right after you with his fastball. Shields and Lester, you can say the same thing, and that's right up Jose Bautista's alley.
The appeal down to first base. Carlos Torres, the umpire at first. Bautista has 296 career home runs. Off-speed pitch. Jose has hit 38 home runs against the Boston Red Sox. Only Alex Rodriguez has hit more among active players. A-Rod has 57 against Boston.
When the stage is big like that, Jose comes and can really fill it.
Got underneath this one. That's Blake Swihart in left field. He is there, and Bautista's retired, 1 down. Let's take a look at the defense for Boston here this afternoon. Blake Swihart started in left field on Friday night. Jackie Bradley Jr., Mookie Betts round out the outfield. Travis Shaw's at third base, Bogarts and Pedroia up the middle, Hanley Ramirez at first.
And they've made a change also there too, Buck. Shaw's over at first base. They must have just made that change. And that is Rutledge over at third base. So the Boston Red Sox making some quick changes right before game time today.
So Hanley Ramirez will be the DH for a second time in this series. Josh Donaldson swings at the first pitch. Strike two. David Price was a July trade deadline acquisition by the Blue Jays, and a good one. He was terrific for the Jays down the stretch. Ground ball. Bogaerts gets a nice hop. Throws wide, but Shaw makes the stretch, and Donaldson's retired.
Boy, he was great for the Blue Jays. 11 starts. He was 9-1. He's also had great career numbers versus the Blue Jays.
Price won his first 8 decisions against the Jays before he lost a game, and he lost that first game August 2nd, 2011 in Tampa Bay. Ricky Romero started against him and held the Rays to just 1 hit over 8 innings, and that was the first loss. David Price lost 3-1 to the Jays.
That's the last time they beat him.
Inside. 1-1 to Edwin Encarnacion, and you notice he's got the pink bat and the pink batting gloves. It is Mother's Day in the Dominican Republic, and several of the players acknowledge that. They want to say Happy Mother's Day to their moms and families in the Dominican Republic, and we echo their thoughts. I spoke to David Ortiz about it this morning. He said, yeah, indeed, it is Mother's Day in the Dominican Republic, and the players are acknowledging their moms. Two and one, 2 outs. Now it's 3-1. Justin Smoak is on deck. Outside. Ooh, it caught the corner.
Little changeup 3-1 right there from David Price, and he gets the benefit of a doubt on that call from the home plate umpire Nick Lentz. Price's curveball is starting to be reintroduced, if you will, into what he throws. Everything was hard, everything was cutter fastball, but now he's starting to get a little bit more depth on his breaking ball.
3-2, 2 outs. Ground ball. That's a foul ball. They have really pitched Edwin almost exclusively away, and he has had trouble because he will go after some of those borderline pitches away. It's that one hard, and that's why they pitch him away.
He can hit the ball, I think, out of any part of the ballpark. He is so strong. And if you've got a guy hitting behind him who's going to start to heat up just a little bit, they might be smarter to try and pitch to Encarnacion. But he's had good at bats. Doesn't miss mistakes very often.
How's that one back? Price is using the entire strike zone against Encarnacion in this at bat. An 8-pitch at bat. Of course, they know each other very well. This is Edwin's 43rd at bat against David Price. Christian Vasquez trying to figure out how to end this long at bat. They walk another breaking ball. He didn't want to give in to Double E. Well, we mentioned David Price and his dominance over the Blue Jays. 17-2 for his career with a very good ERA, whip just over 1, and they've only hit .227 against him. As we mentioned, he won his first 8 decisions against the Blue Jays, then lost 2, both games in late 2012, and now he's on another streak of 8 consecutive wins
against the Blue Jays. But I contend that this is a different David Price now in 2016 than the one they saw back in 2010, 2011, 2012. He's not throwing as hard as he did consistently like he did 5 or 6 years ago. I talked to some of the players around the batting cage today, and I asked them, you know, the familiarity of playing with David Price, does that help you? And they said, you know, it does, because I got a chance to watch him last year. They also said if he wants to reach back for a little something extra, he still has it in the tank. So he'll pitch at 92 or 93, but then reach back for 95 or 96 when he needs it.
Boy, Bautista is always trying to break down a pitcher he's dealing with on a given day. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Smoke. Little looper down the right side, but that's going to slice foul. Bautista has such a good understanding. You see, he was talking to Jay Happ, and Happ has done that a lot more the last year or so. Talk to hitters about what hitters are trying to do against pitchers. Happ and Price, very similar, two tall left-handers. So Bautista, he can help a lot of people.
If I'm a pitcher, those are the two guys I want to sit next to. Yeah. Donaldson and Bautista, and pick their brains on what they were thinking in that at bat.
Breaking ball. Did he check? Yes. According to first base umpire.
Justin Smoke got some good news after the game yesterday.
How about that? He's the only Blue Jay that got a hit after the game. He had a fielder's choice in the game yesterday on a bang-bang play at shortstop. He had a hole to the hole in shortstop, and they called it a fielder's choice, but it was an infield hit. That happened in the 8th inning. So he ended up 2 for 5 in that game instead of 1 for 5. 2-2.
That makes a good day a really good day when you get a multi-hit game like he did, and said, hey, when the defender has to leave his feet, catch the ball, and then throw to a base, and the guy's safe, that's an infield hit. So he got some good news, and he's pushed that batting average up to 281.
3-2, 2 outs. Encarnacion will be off on the pitch. There he goes. Off-speed pitch. Boy, Price has done that with 2 strikes early in this game.
That's what I mean about him being a different pitcher now than he was, you know, 5 or 6 years ago. Before it was, here it is, let's see how far you can hit it. I can just deal that fastball and cutter on the outside part of the plate. Now he's going to have to change speeds a little bit. He's using his curveball a little bit more, his changeup a little bit more.
This will be the 24th pitch of the inning from Price. Back-to-back 2-out walks. Now Devin Travis hitting 5th, and he's been swinging a hot bat since joining the ball club.
Got another breaking ball right here from Kimbrough, and he ended up with the game-winning hit when Ramirez couldn't come up with the ball over at first base. Blue Jays have a come from behind and thrilling win against the Boston Red Sox, their rivals. Devin Travis, you know, watching him, and you talk to him, he says, you know, I'm not there yet. He says, I feel like I'm starting to get there offensively. The timing's not there where I'd like it to be, but it's starting to come. And what an addition, I think, to this team offensively. The way his approach at the plate, the way he attacks pitchers, the way he hits the ball from foul line to foul line, just makes that offense just a little bit deeper.
Well, he's a reminder to the rest of the hitters how many hits there are to right field. Good right-handed hitter, and he really focuses on going the other way. 2 aboard, 2 outs. Goes after the first pitch. Devin's had a couple of big hits. He had a run-scoring single against Aroldis Chapman to drive in the 3rd run of a very tight ball game in New York. That came in a 9th inning. Blue Jays doing a good job of hitting against Chapman with 2 outs. Same as they did with Kimbrough.
You know, that can only help your confidence. You know, when you get big base hits against guys who are throwing 100 miles an hour. Blue Jays as a whole, I thought, did a really good job yesterday hitting with 2 strikes. 7 hits with 2 strikes in yesterday's ball game alone.
Quite a turnaround from the early portion of the season when they were striking out a lot. Price is set. Encarnacion at second. Smoke at first. Breaking ball. That gets away from Vasquez. Now the runners will move up. Edwin could not really locate the baseball, so he had to stay put for a moment until he saw it way behind the catcher. Wild pitches proved to be important in yesterday's game. In the 9th inning, wild pitch moved the runner up. Vasquez doesn't do a good job of getting down on that.
Get down and let that ball just beat off your body right there. That time it trickles behind him. You mentioned the one in the 9th inning. That was also Martin at second base. Ball went about maybe 5 feet from the catcher, but a heads-up play got him to third base, and he was able to score the game winner on the infield hit. That time, when you're a runner out at second base, you're blocked off a ball that goes directly behind the catcher. You're blocked off by the catcher. You're blocked off by the umpire. It's when you open your ears and listen to the third base coach.
Ground ball. Rutledge at third takes his time, fires in time, and the Blue Jays made David Price throw 28 pitches, but he gets out of it by stranding a pair.
Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by the all-new Honda Civic. Now available with Turbo. The 2016 North American Car of the Year.
It is bobblehead day here at Rogers Center. Another full house crowd. Yesterday's crowd, 48,154, the second largest crowd of the season, second only to opening night way back in April. Terrific weekend for baseball.
Oh, terrific weekend for sports in Toronto.
Hanley Ramirez may have broken his bat. Travis hasn't. One up, one down here in the second.
R.A. had a 19-pitch first inning, and knuckleball after walking that first batter, Mookie Betts, settled in. He's an extreme fly ball pitcher, and you're facing a Boston Red Sox team who get the ball in the air, so be ready for that. I think the outfielders can take a couple of steps back this afternoon because the ball looks like it's flying.
Jackie Bradley Jr. takes the ball. Blue Jays have done something in this series that not many other teams have been able to do. They've kept the Red Sox off the scoreboard in the first inning. Boston has outscored their opponents 51-16 in the first inning. Not the case in this series. Two ground ball outs, both to Devin Travis. 2 up, 2 down.
You know, they've been doing that in every inning, it seems like. We were talking yesterday about the run differential that the Red Sox have thrown up. I think it was 74 going into yesterday's ball game. They haven't even played 50 games yet. Today's number 50 for the Red Sox, and they've already outscored their opponents by a ton of runs.
This is Josh Rutledge, who got the start at third base as David Ortiz was scratched from the lineup, and that moved Travis Shaw from third to first, and Hanley Ramirez from first to the DH spot, and Ortiz starts the game out on the bench. The Blue Jays wearing that white paneled cap today.
Doesn't it look great?
Yeah, it does. It's honoring the 40 seasons of Blue Jays baseball. You can see that emblem on the side acknowledging that. You know what? The ball players were wearing them during batting practice. I think they liked the look. A lot of guys were wearing it early all day long, and you see the shoulder patch, of course, the same patch acknowledging 40 seasons of Blue Jays baseball.
I think it should be mandatory on Sundays that the Blue Jays wear the white panel hat, just like the olden days.
Popped up, and that's going to go into the seats. Looks good. Good combination. I like the blue tops. I think the players really like the blue tops. They like the way that looks.
They like that they win whenever they wear the blue tops. That was something that was started last year when they went on that run the last 2 months of the season.
2-2 pitch to Rutledge. He takes ball 3 downstairs.
RA is such a perfectionist, and that knuckleball is so finicky, isn't it? He's fighting it right now the first couple of innings, trying to find that release point.
You see the real deliberate delivery there from RA, and Josh Tolley, his catcher, has talked about that, saying that quick motion has actually helped him with the arm speed, gets him through the knuckleball a little bit quicker, and sometimes he can be a little bit too slow.
Too slow, and that the release point becomes not where he wants to. He throws it behind him. You can see he's very upset with his delivery right now. He'll figure it out.
Super Slow-Mo Cam. Brought to you by Rogers 4K TV. Get closer to the action with 4 times the resolution of HD alone.
The catcher Christian Vasquez, after the 2-out walk to Rutledge. Vasquez has had 3 hits in this series. We talked to him before the game today. He was going down to the batting cage to work with Victor Rodriguez, and there's a reason he wears that number 7.
His idol. It's Pudge Rodriguez. Vasquez has come from Puerto Rico as Pudge Rodriguez, and we asked him who his favorite player was growing up, and he said Ivan Rodriguez. I said, is that why you wear number 7? He says, absolutely. He looks like him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Same stature for sure. He throws like him too. Doesn't quite hit like him just yet.
Give him time, though. You know, that was the biggest question mark. Would he be able to hit Major League pitching? You watch him. He's going to hit Major League pitching.
Hits this one hard. Knocked down by Barney. Goes to second in time. Nice play by Darwin Barney. A hot shot knocked it down and gets the force. David Price has pitched 9 years in the majors, and last year he made 11 starts with the Blue Jays after the trade from Detroit. And this year he's made 10 starts with the Red Sox. We thought we'd compare those 11 games.
The only thing that's the same is the one-loss record. For me, 9-1 in his 11 starts with the Blue Jays. His ERA, whip, and batting average all better with Toronto. He's got off to a little bit of a rocky start this year. He got some pointers from Dustin Pedroia to help him out. A little bit higher leg kick, and he's won his last 3 decisions.
Another example of a pitcher talking to a hitter to get their thoughts about what he might do to become a more effective pitcher. Of course, Dustin Pedroia is a former Rookie of the Year and MVP. And David Price, I said this last year when he joined the team, he's one of the few guys that makes every team better as soon as he joins the team. And that's what he did with the Blue Jays last year.
Do you find that hard for a starting pitcher to be able to do that?
Yes, extremely hard.
So do I.
He only plays once every 5 days.
That's right. But what you do in between your starts, what you do on the bench during the game can help you. I mean, it's a lot easier for an everyday player to be a leader of a team and a guy that goes out there and makes everybody better. Tough for a starter to do it.
3-0 to Darwin Barney. There's his strike. With Price pitching and Tulowitzki on the DL, this lineup isn't quite as deep as it would have been otherwise. There's a drive to the alley. Blake Swihart can run. He gets over and makes the catch. Blake Swihart, a converted catcher, trying to get his feet wet in left field, makes a heck of a play. We talked about what a good athlete he is, and right there you saw that athleticism.
Showed off those skills right there in left field. This looked like double all the way from Darwin Barney, who has been stinging the ball into left center field. Jackie Bradley was not going to catch it, but Blake Swihart says, I'll take care of this one, as he leaves his feet to make the catch.
Kevin Pillar takes one upstairs.
Darwin Barney had a double and a triple yesterday that he was pinch hit for. This time he's bidding for extra bases one more time. I didn't think Swihart had a chance of getting to that ball, but he's playing a little bit deeper to cut those balls off and makes a nice catch. Keep swinging it, Darwin.
Darwin, that was his first triple in yesterday's game since July of 2014. This is popped up. Shaw's having trouble with the sun. Now he's got it. Pedroia calls him off, and the second baseman makes the play in foul ground. Pedroia sensed that Shaw was having trouble with it, came over and took charge. He had a better angle on that foul pop-up.
Had a much better angle with the sun, and there's the communication between Shaw and Pedroia after that play.
And that's the sun they're dealing with, obviously, and just think about looking directly up into that sun and trying to find a baseball. So here is Ezekiel Carrera, who is starting in left field in place of Michael Saunders.
He is putting together a very good season, Ezekiel Carrera. Every time John Gibbons pencils his name into the lineup, he seems to do something positive for the team.
Had a stolen base in that 9th inning yesterday. Came in to pinch run for Justin Smoke. Stole the base, went to third on the throwing error by the catcher, and scored the tying run.
He's also helped the Blue Jays win a game with his glove in the field. You mentioned his legs yesterday. Big stolen base.
And he had a 4-hit game earlier this season. A ball and 2 strikes to Carrera. He gets a piece of it. Another changeup with 2 strikes. Blue Jays are going to have to pick up on that pattern.
Throwing some more changeups to this very good fastball hitting team like the Blue Jays. He's won his last 3 starts. Houston, at Kansas City, and then Colorado with 7 very good innings. In that game against Colorado, David Price passed 1,500 career innings. That's a lot of pitches.
Base hit to left field. Correa has another good at bat. A full count base hit goes the opposite way.
You know what he has done? He has stayed on left-handers when he's had a chance to face them. Watch how he stays right on this little cutter. Doesn't pull off of it. Gets enough of the plate with that bat to hit it in the left field for a base hit. That's a very good two-strike approach again by the Blue Jays.
He's 8 for 17 against lefty pitching this year. Came in batting .438 against left-handers. This is the catcher, Josh Thole. He's got a hit against David Price in the past.
We were teasing Josh before the game today about, hey, every time you get to start, you get David Price, Chris Sale, Clayton Kershaw, Chris Archer. I mean, you get no breaks.
He's got to talk R.A. Dickey into moving down in the rotation.
That's the thing right there. Every time R.A. pitches, he's always facing the other team's number one. Well, Josh, you get to face the other team's number one.
A few days ago, during the media scrum, one of the writers asked John Gibbons if he thought about starting Russell Martin today, catching R.A. Dickey. And he said no. Of course, Russell hasn't caught the knuckleball all season long, even back in the spring training. So he didn't entertain any thoughts whatsoever of putting Russell back there against David Price.
And that's for R.A. Dickey, because there's a comfort level, I think, for R.A. You got to take care of your starter that day. There's a comfort level between those two working together. You got to leave him in there.
Ball on a strike to Thole. Fouls it off. One and two outs. We're in the bottom of the second inning. No score in this ball game. Only one hit so far in the game. Carrera's 2 out single to the left. Fly ball into center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. is there. The inning is over. We've played 2 complete here at Rogers Center. No score. Season was acknowledged with the ceremony prior to this game, and today the highlight was the offensive players, the offensive moments. There will be another with the great moments of Blue Jays 40 seasons of baseball, and the third ceremony will address the pitching and all the great pitching moments over the years of Blue Jays baseball.
And you and I have probably seen just about every one of those things, right? Over the years?
From one side of the field or another.
That's right. That's right. Has it been 40 years already? Hard to believe.
1977. Blake Swihart made a nice defensive play in left, robbing Darwin Barney of an extra base hit. Blake had a rough night here on Friday night. He started in left field and struck out 3 times. All 3 times he came to the plate.
When you've got the type of pitching that we're seeing so far this afternoon, R.A. Dickey, Cy Young Award winner, David Price, Cy Young Award winner, you better catch the ball because hits could be few and far between. We saw a great one, I thought, to end last inning by Darwin Barney. That hot smash off the bat of Vasquez. Got to turn those balls into outs.
R.A. Dickey, not only is he a Cy Young Award winner, he's a former Gold Glover. Won a Gold Glove in 2013, his first year here with the Blue Jays. It's an interesting matchup because Price won the Cy Young Award in the American League in 2012, and Dickey won it in the National League in 2012.
He holds runners well. He fields his position well. That's quick reflexes right there, right to his glove side. Knocks it down and finishes off the play at first base.
Back to the top of the order. Mookie Betts walked his first time up, and Dickey throws him a first pitch strike. Ball popped right out of Josh's glove. He's trying to get that thing loosened up a little bit here. Josh has been battling that knuckleball, and it's been a good knuckleball for most parts this year. There's a high fly ball to left. Carrera has room into the corner and makes the catch. 2 down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Lots of baseball going on. Thank you very much, Jamie. We'll keep you up to date on everything going on in the Indy and in baseball. Baltimore has a 3-0 lead over Cleveland. The Yankees are down 1-0 to Tampa Bay. And of course, the Yankees will be here tomorrow night. Blue Jays in the midst of 12 straight games against the Yankees and Red Sox. They've won 4 of the first 5 games against the Yankees in Boston.
And if these games are anything like yesterday's games, strap it on. That was something else. The game yesterday, both teams grinding away. And I mean grinding away.
Yeah, it was quite a game, and the Blue Jays really battled back, and that's one thing that didn't happen early on. They'd score early, as they did yesterday, 3 runs in the 3rd, and then they wouldn't come back and score many more. But yesterday came back with a run in the 6th, 4 in the 8th, and 2 in the 9th.
Luis Rivera was saying this morning, he's like, you know, we would go ahead, then Boston would go ahead, then we would go ahead, and both teams just back and forth. It had like a playoff type of feel to it yesterday, and I think that's what you're going to see for the rest of the seasons as these teams match up.
3-1 to Pedroia. Oh, he hits it right off Dickey's leg. He stays on his feet, throws out Pedroia. All right, making a couple of good defensive plays here. Hopefully he'll be able to continue in this ball game. Second comeback of the inning. This one is hit hard. It hits him on that left foot, but he's able to make the play at first.
Every Sunday at Rogers Center, the Blue Jays salute the Canadian Armed Forces, and today they salute Sergeant Jeff Hamlin. Sergeant Hamlin joined the Canadian Armed Forces in 1994 and currently serves with the Royal Canadian Air Force. He was awarded the Canadian Peacekeeping Service Medal for his deployment to Kosovo in 2000. And in 2010, he was part of the humanitarian efforts during the devastating earthquake in Haiti. Sergeant Jeff Hamlin, today's Sunday salute.
Congratulations, Sergeant Hamlin, and send our acknowledgement for all your great efforts. Bautista pops it up on the infield. Shortstop Xander Bogaerts calls for it and makes the catch. Bautista's retired. David Price has thrown a lot of pitches early in this game. His season high in pitches, 114. That came against the Atlanta Braves on the 26th of April. He also tied his career high in that game with 14 strikeouts. He's had 3 double-digit strikeout games this season.
One thing he's got going for him, you mentioned all the pitches, 28 of them in the first inning alone. He hasn't struck out anybody today. So that might help him. 14 strikeouts, that's pretty impressive. But 114 pitches, though. That's a lot.
Line drive, gloved by Bogaerts. That may have been a knuckleball that he stays with. 2 outs. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Mark Trumbo with 37 RBIs with those 3, and Baltimore out in front early. Chris Tillman continues to pitch very well. He was a big concern for the Orioles whether or not he was going to ever get things turned around, but so far so good for the big righty in Baltimore.
What is he, 6-1?
Yeah, he's off to a good start.
Wow.
Ground ball. They were playing him to pull. Bogaerts is there. He handles all 3 outs this inning. Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop, throws out Encarnacion. Played 3 innings, and here comes the ultimate cleanup crew, brought to you by Home Hardware's exclusive line of the ultimate hard-hitting and tough-on-grind cleaning products.
Bacardi Blue Jays for a Day contest for a chance to win a great Blue Jays on-field experience. For details, entry form, and rules, go to BlueJays.com/Bacardi contest. The contest closes Thursday, June 30th at 4:59 p.m. Buck.
Well, you can see a lot of Blue Jays fans come from all over the country to come here to Rogers Center. And that's a great opportunity to join the Blue Jays. Beautiful day, beautiful ballpark, great crowd. good pregame ceremony. 10 Blue Jay alumni were here today to be honored in the ceremony acknowledging 40 baseball seasons of Blue Jays.
Guys look great, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. John Mayberry, Ernie Witt, Lloyd Mosby, Jesse Barfield, a whole host of players, and they got a chance to tell some stories down in the dugout. Glove by Devin Travis. He snow-coned it and stayed with it. Xander Bogaerts retired.
More defense for the Blue Jays. Dickey ended the third inning with a great play. This time, line drive, and watch the reaction from R.A. Dickey. He said, "Get up!" And he does. Watch R.A. one more time. Get up in the air, make that catch. Yes, sir. One down.
Isn't that interesting? And that phenomenon has been going on forever. A pitcher will give him a line drive to an infielder, and he'll jump right with him, trying to help him.
Wonder if they think that that's going to give him a couple extra inches.
Of course they do. I've done it as a catcher when you're going, jump. Travis Shaw, he rolled a little tapper out in front of a home his first time up. Josh Tolley threw him out. We mentioned Shaw's good run against the Blue Jays. He has 10 RBIs against the Blue Jays.
He was penciled in down at the bottom of the order before David Ortiz had to scratch, so they moved him up into the cleanup spot. This guy's going to hit. I mean, he has got a pretty swing.
Shaw coming into this game, a 367 average here at Rogers Center. And John Farrell's ball club, there are a lot of homegrown kids in their lineup. Shaw's one of them. They got a young roster, a lot of players from the 2011 draft have all come up together.
It's a good blend of veterans and young guys. Young guys push the veterans help teach the young guys.
Ball is hit to center field. Pilar has plenty of room. He makes the catch well short of the warning track. 2 down.
Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Proud partners of the Toronto Blue Jays. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Delgado Bautista and Vernon Wells featured on the triple-headed bobblehead doll given away today, and what sluggers they were. Before the game, they had the 3 current sluggers join the 10 alumni for a historic photo around home plate. Hanley Ramirez grounded out to Devin Travis his first time up. Red Sox got the Atom Bowl working today. Another line out to a Blue Jays infielder. R.A. Dickey, 3 up, 3 down in the 4th. The Knucklers dancing so far.
If you're flying to catch a ball game, why not book a WestJet Plus fare? It's more than a seat, it's a premium experience for a smart price.
Great day for the WestJet flight deck. A lot of fans having a great afternoon here. Packed that WestJet flight area. Scoreless ball game. Only one hit in the ball game so far. That was a 2-out single by Ezekiel Carrera in the second. Justin Smoke. He walked his first time up. Back-to-back walks with 2 outs issued by David Price in the first, but both runners were stranded. Smoke batting .281 on the season. And he just looks more confident, more patient, and has a lot better plate coverage this year than last.
Balance at the plate, and says, you know, I don't have to hit home runs. I have to put up good at-bats. If I put up good at-bats, the ball's going to leave the ballpark.
Little looper into right. Here comes Mookie Betts. He gets there, makes the catch. Well, David Price was picked up in a surprise trade from Detroit. He made his debut August 3rd against the Minnesota Twins on a Monday afternoon.
And he was dealing. The fastball was great. And I remember when he came out of the dugout to first appear as a Blue Jay, the fans gave him a standing ovation for him to go warm up. He came out early to make sure he was okay. Came out and had a huge game against Minnesota. And that really started the Blue Jays on flight, I think, to that AL East title.
When he walked into the clubhouse, the Blue Jays gained a measure of swagger. You get another Cy Young Award winner in your starting rotation, and Price has pitched in World Series games. He's pitched in playoff games, and he just gave him that ace that they were missing.
Alex Anthopoulos worked very hard in acquiring David Price from Detroit. I mean, he was relentless trying to get him. And it's really interesting. The other GM is in the ballpark today, Dave Dombrowski, who he had to deal with.
Dombrowski, of course, was the GM of the Tigers at the time of that trade.
Kept calling and went with different names and different combinations, but he was relentless. There's Dave Dombrowski, the great general manager of the Boston Red Sox now. He was also in Montreal as their general manager, Florida Marlins. He also worked with the Chicago White Sox, Detroit Tigers. But you just keep calling and you keep working at it and you just keep doing it. And Dombrowski knew that he had to trade David Price. And so he wanted to get something for him, and luckily the Blue Jays had enough pieces in their farm system, some young kids, some young pitchers that they could use to go out and get them. And what a lift it was for the Blue Jays last year to see that guy walking into the clubhouse. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of 1992 when David Cone strolled into the clubhouse after the trade with the New York Mets.
Remember that? And everybody said, Blue Jay just got David Cone. That David Cone?
Yeah, the David Cone. You know what it did for everybody in the clubhouse? As Devin Travis is going to try for 2.
Travis made a big turn around first, and Jackie Bradley got it back in quickly. So there's the second hit. Well, the Blue Jays went out single.
But you know what it did for that clubhouse? It really gave everybody a burst of energy, and it said, hey, the front office is pretty serious about winning and going all the way and winning a World Series, and that just energizes the whole ball club.
When you think about the two players, the two key players they picked up at the trade deadline last year, David Price and Troy Tulowitzki, I mean, those were two names nobody had even considered. When you get two of the best one position player, one pitcher, they really supercharged the ball club. This is Devin Travis, this is Darwin Barney with Travis at first. Barney was robbed of an extra base hit his first time up. Hit a line drive into the alley in left center. Blake Swihart made a nice diving catch to take the hit away.
And he's playing some good ball right now, Barney. With Tulowitzki on the disabled list, John Gibbons is going to go with Barney for the majority of the swings at shortstop. And he's coming through.
You can hear the crowd react to that called strike. Tulowitzki, second day on a disabled list, is trying to get his quad muscle healed up. The right quad muscle tightened up on him. Showed a problem with it on the MRI. Price is set. Here's the 1-1. Hit hard to left field. Swihart comes in, and Darwin Barney has had 2 good at bats and nothing to show for it. Now, David Price, he's among the premier lefties in all of baseball, and when you look at what he has done since 2010, it's Kershaw, Price, Bumgarner, and Lester, premier lefties, and Kershaw's top of the heap, but Price is right behind him.
Kershaw might be in his own class all by himself with what he is doing this year with the strikeouts and no walks. He'll pitch tonight on Sunday Night Baseball. But those are some tough lefties to deal with.
Snap throw to first. Travis is back safely. Vasquez, we told you. He reminded us a lot of Pudge Rodriguez, and he throws like him.
Right there, he's so quick. He's almost like a middle infielder, if you will, how quick he is, his hands and his feet, setting himself up and getting him in a good throwing position. And you know what I like about this young guy? He's not afraid to throw the ball around.
He committed an error on a throw to second in yesterday's game on a stolen base by Corona.
So many young kids come up as catchers and they've got great arms, but they're afraid to throw the ball around because they might throw the ball away and get an error. Not this guy.
When ball clubs go out to scout catchers, every one of them is looking for a catcher that can hit. When in fact they should be looking for Christian Vasquez, a guy that can catch first. An athletic catcher. He's only about 5'9". He's
right.
Not very big at all.
I think he's going to get better too.
Price strikes out Kevin Pillar. That's the first strikeout of the afternoon. We've played 4 innings. It's a scoreless game. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Samsung broadcast studio.
Fans J Shop is Canada's largest and official team shop for your Toronto Blue Jays. New 2016 authentic jersey with 40th season sleeve patch available now. Get yours today at jshop.ca. But
thank you very much, Hazel. And certainly want to get that 40th season sleeve patch and get the hats. And he gets one of those white paneled hats with that emblem on the side. Great souvenir. Here is Jackie Bradley Jr. We mentioned the Red Sox and how well they have drafted, and Jackie Bradley Jr. is a product of that 2011 draft for Boston. He was taken 40th overall in the draft that season, and he was the 4th pick by the Red Sox in that draft. This is going to be foul. The Red Sox took Matt Barnes 19th overall in the first round. Then, listen to this, Blake Swihart, Henry Owens, Jackie Bradley Jr., Noe Ramirez, Mookie Betts, and Travis Shaw. All in the 2011 draft from rounds 1 through 8. They got loaded up.
Loaded up, and that's when you would get the compensation. When you would lose free agents, you would get the extra compensation. That draft in 2011 overall was loaded. I mean, absolutely loaded. There are big leaguers all over that draft. Garrett Cole, Trevor Bauer, Anthony Rondon, Archie Bradley, Francisco Lindor, Javi Baez. That's just the top 10.
Yeah. A great draft, but for a club to hit that many times on their draft pick, that's how you get consistency over the years with homegrown talent, as Jackie Bradley Jr. takes ball 4, third walk issued by R.A. Dickey.
Well, they all come up together, and they're all playing for one spot to get into the big leagues, and they come together as a group. The Blue Jays had that, I thought, when they had that great pitching down at Lansing years ago with Sanchez and Syndergaard and Nicolino and DeScalfani. Unfortunately for the Blue Jays, only one of them is pitching here right now.
Josh Rutledge. He gets the start at third base. Jackie Bradley Jr. looked like he wanted to run. The Red Sox, as well as they are hitting, they're running the bases maybe even better, a higher percentage of success. Jackie Bradley Jr. just 2 for 2 in steals, but they haven't been caught but 3 times.
R.A. Dickey does a really good job of holding the runners. He's got a quick throw over first base. He hasn't allowed a stolen base over his last 26 starts. That's how well he has held those runners. I think he's going to try and go myself.
Yeah. Red Sox don't have a hit yet. They've had 3 walks, and he's inching off. There he goes. Cut out and fouled off at home plate. He had a terrific jump. They were playing hit and run, but Bradley looks like he's itching to run.
Yeah, that was a hit and run. If it was a straight steal, he was probably going to steal the base. But John Farrell puts on the hit and run, so Rutledge has to swing at a pitch that might have been off the plate.
Broken bat up the middle. Barney will step on the bag, go to first. What a nice double play. Darwin Barney's done a terrific job. This is just his 3rd start at shortstop, but he has turned a couple of double plays the last 2 days and made a fine play on this one.
Watch the break on this ball. He heads right over to the base, realizes that Dickey's not going to get to it, and then says, I'll just take it myself. He was going to go over to make the catch first of all, thinking that he was going to catch it, Dickey, and he's loving every minute of that. But that's why you start the runner right there. Stay out of the double play.
Christian Vasquez hit it into that fielder's choice that Barney knocked down and forced the runner at second. Vasquez hit it hard. No score in this ball game. The only 2 hits coming off Blue Jays bats. Devin Travis and Ezekiel Carrera with 2 singles. That's been it. And if you don't like baseball, I don't know if you're paying attention. Yesterday's game featured 19 runs on 29 hits. Today we've had 2 singles.
Go figure, right? You got a couple of Cy Young Award winners out there. That might have something to do with it.
1-2 pitch. That'll do it. Line drive to first. The inning is over. The Blue Jays have been flashing the leather in support of R.A. Dickey. They'll go to the bottom of the 5th. No score.
comfy green chairs in the TD Comfort Zone are guests of TD, while over in the Jays Care Community Clubhouse are guests of Vernon Wells from the Salvation Army. It was nice to see Vernon pregame, Buck.
It sure was, Hazel, and we just had a chance to visit with Vernon up here in the booth. R.A. Dickey and Darwin Barney probably talking about positioning at shortstop, and R.A.'s always concerned about the positioning, and I think today more than any of the previous starts, the defense is playing pretty straight up.
Straight up, and the Blue Jays will give the pitcher the ability to go and talk to the infielders and say, hey, this is how I'm going to pitch the guy, and I'd rather you play here. It's not cut and dried. We're going to play this guy to pull, or we're going to play him the other way, whatever. They can change in game if they have to.
Carrera singled his first time up on a 3-2 pitch away. That was his first hit. He is now 1 for 3 against David Price for his career. Another hit for Carrera.
This Blue Jays Rogers 4K broadcast is powered by the Samsung 4K SUHD TV.
Beautiful weekend for fans at Rogers Center. Blue Jays have won the first 2 games. Now Josh Thole, number 9 hitter, after leadoff single. You've got to believe that the Blue Jays are going to bunt here.
Put it down. You got to put it to the first base side. You make that first baseman field it.
Thole squares the bunt, takes the ball outside.
I was watching Xander Bogaerts, and he is telling the infielders, hey, look, I am going to be at second base, that if he bunts that ball hard, come to me at second base. We can get the lead runner and possibly turn the double play. I think everybody in the ballpark feels like the Blue Jays are going to be bunting. Bogaerts taking control out there at shortstop.
Now, this is a skill that has really diminished over the years, and it's not a big part of teams' offensive playbook. But boy, it's so important when you need a bunt. Scoreless game. There's only been 3 hits in the game. You get a leadoff single. You've got to bunt that guy to second.
Hitting ninth, and players practice it every single day. They have bunting practice before they start swinging and batting practice to get it down. Now you just got to make sure that Price throws you a strike.
Thole has 11 career sacrifice bunts, and he bunts that one foul off home plate. I know you didn't bunt a lot because you were a hitter. I bunted a lot because I wasn't a good hitter, but bunting's not that hard. It really isn't. I'm not trying to get on anybody, but you square around, you get a good look at it, you bunt it out in front of home plate.
You know what the key is, I think? Keeping the bat at a 45-degree angle. That's number 1. Number 2, keeping the bat out in front of home plate. So when you bunt it, it stays fair. A lot of guys will bunt it behind home plate. Tough to keep the ball fair that way.
Thole swinging away. Well, when I started out, they talked about taking your back leg and squaring around, and that'll move you closer to the pitcher and put your bat in fair territory. Then when you bunt the ball, make contact, the bat is in fair territory, so chances are the ball's going to be in fair territory when you make contact.
Right. And now they've got they square around right now where the back foot stays anchored, I guess you could say, in the ground, but you just move up on the plate. Just don't jab at it. Just act like you're catching it with the bat.
Oh, he hits it hard, but foul. I had a coach in the minor leagues, Billy Scribner, with the Royals. He could bunt off of a pitching machine, off the end of the bat. And I saw him do it time and time again with a fungo, not with a baseball bat, with a fungo bat.
The fungo.
He would take the end of the bat, point it at the pitching machine, and bunt the ball off the end of the bat.
This is the same Billy Scribner who could eat a baseball. You ever see him chew the seams and everything off the baseball? He was my coach in instructional league in 1978.
Tully takes a call, third strike, 1 out. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Great ceremony prior to the game. Lloyd Moseby, Shawn Green, there's Ernie Whitt. The great 10 sluggers, they take a photo with the current sluggers of the Blue Jays, and this is one of them, Jose Bautista. Swinging and drive. Stay fair, ball. Stay fair. This ball is gone. His 6th career home run off David Price. He's hit more home runs off Price than any other pitcher.
And right on cue with the sluggers, the picture taken before the ball game. Well, that was picturesque right there, that swing. Bautista right up on top of the plate. He's got that front foot opened up, almost daring you to challenge him with a fastball, and he made David Price pay that time.
For Bautista, home run number 297 gives R.A. Dickey and the Blue Jays a 2-0 lead.
And that brought the crowd to its feet. Well, there was no doubt about that this ball was going to be gone. Right on the inner half, and he crushes this ball. It was, is it going to stay fair? Look how far this ball goes down the left field line. Right off the foul pole.
Josh Donaldson has grounded out and lined out. For Bautista, home run number 11 on the season. RBIs 36 and 37. This is a little bit more like the contributions the Blue Jays have gotten with Carrera getting 2 hits today. Got the leadoff single, and then Bautista coming up hitting out of the leadoff spot now. He's hit in all the games he's hit leadoff.
And the offense has turned it around.
Three and 1 to Donaldson.
Look what that one pitch did to David Price. Everything to Donaldson has been away. After that, he was challenging the Blue Jays on the inner half. He threw one pitch on the inner half to Bautista, hit it off the foul pole. Now he's keeping the ball away from Donaldson.
Ball 4. That's the 3rd walk issued by Price. They mentioned Bautista, 6 home runs now off David Price. He has hit well against Price throughout his career. That's the most home runs he's hit against any one pitcher.
Hey, if you're going to hit him off the best, right?
Well, you know, when you play against great players, whether they're hitters or pitchers, if you want to do well against them.
And the good ones have a way of rising up for the occasion. Bautista's certainly one of those, right?
That's the 39th career home run for Bautista against Boston. That's a pretty good Mother's Day present for Jose's mom. It is Mother's Day in the Dominican Republic, and you can see the pink bats and gloves, and Bautista and Encarnacion sporting the pink ribbon wristbands, and pretty good Mother's Day present. Jimmy Paredes as well.
And I wouldn't mind if Encarnacion gave his mom a Mother's Day present with one right here by himself. Stretch it out just a little bit. The gloves and the bat and the undershirt.
Edwin has 99 career home runs here at Rogers Center. Fly ball to right. Mookie Betts, a long run. He'll get there and make the catch in fair territory. 2 down. Donaldson walked. He's at first. Justin Smoke 0 for 1 with a walk. Donaldson read it well, but Vasquez blocked it. He saw the ball in the dirt. Was thinking about moving up.
He was thinking about moving up, but Vasquez made a good play that time. There's been a lot of balls in this 3-game series in the dirt. So the Blue Jay base runners are thinking about picking up 90 feet. You're the runner over there at first base. You can see the flight of that ball from the pitcher. And if you can anticipate that ball in the dirt, just go. Vasquez, good play, held Donaldson up.
2-0 to Smoke. Blue Jays lead at 2-0 on Jose Bautista's 11th home run of the season. Bautista hit a first pitch off of Price. That's a 37th first pitch home run he's hit in his career. Well, the fans are into it. They got the wave going. It's been a great 3-game series for the Blue Jay fans. Had a huge crowd yesterday. Looks to be the same type of crowd here this afternoon. Having some fun.
They were treated to a great game yesterday. Talked to a bunch of the fans after yesterday's game, and they said what a thrill it was in that game. Back and forth and back and forth, and Blue Jays finally won it in the bottom of the 9th.
The Blue Jays haven't been 2 games over 500 since April 4th. With a win today, they'll move to 2 games over. They won that game yesterday after a string of great starts. It was only the 3rd time in the last 31 games that a Toronto starter failed to go 6. They've been getting very good pitching.
Great pitching. And if they can time that up with the hitting, it seems like the hitting is starting to come around. Blue Jays could go on one of those nice little winning streaks.
Strike 3 call. Smoke caught looking. 3 strikeouts for Price, but the Blue Jays break through. Jose Bautista extends his hit streak to 9 straight with this first pitch home run high off the foul netting in left. 2-0 Blue Jays. Campbell. It's a great update. The Indy 500 is ongoing, and the Blue Jays have taken a 2-0 lead. Jose Bautista's 2-run home run off David Price, and R.A. Dickey has walked 3. Some good defense behind him.
Boy, some great defense behind him. He hasn't struck out a batter, which is okay. Red Sox batters, they don't strike out a lot. They're putting the ball in play, and the Blue Jays are playing great defense behind them.
Number 9 hitter Blake Swihart.
One other thing that Dickey's has going for him today is they're hitting a lot of line drives right at the Blue Jay defenders.
There's the first strikeout of the afternoon, 1 down in the 6th.
The all-new Honda Civic, now available with Turbo, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Leadoff man Mookie Betts. Boy, Dickey's zeroed in all of a sudden. We mentioned earlier that he was fighting his delivery a little bit early in this game. Mookie Betts gets the first hit for the Red Sox. It's going to be extra bases all the way to the scoreboard in right field. He makes the turn, headed for third, and he'll get there sliding in safely. 4th triple of the season for Mookie Betts.
Since the start of last season, he's had the most extra base hits as a leadoff hitter in all of baseball. That's his 84th extra base hit. Speed, a good batting eye, and some extra base pop in that bat. Nice level swing that time by Betts, and he splits the gap in right center field. He's got plenty of speed to make it all the way to third base. Ball all the way to the wall. By the time the Blue Jays can run it down, there goes Mookie standing on third.
24th extra base hit for Mookie Betts, a 1-out triple. Now Dustin Pedroia, he's 0 for 2. Pedroia hit one right off the foot of R.A. Dickey. Dickey was able to make a play on it. That ended the 3rd inning, and we have not seen any signs whatsoever of Dickey favoring any kind of injury. Might have hit him in the bottom of the foot, right on the sole of that shoe.
Yeah, he bounced off that mound and made the play. Haven't seen anything about that. Blue Jays playing the infield back. They will concede a run here to get it out.
4 triples has tied Betts with Jackie Bradley Jr., Adam Eaton, and Jacoby Ellsbury atop the American League. They all have 4 triples. Pedroia fouls it off. 2-2 to the Red Sox second baseman. Dickey's knuckleball has been much more consistently in the strike zone here in the middle innings.
Beginning of the game, he was fighting his release. He was fighting himself, trying to get that in the strike zone. He walked the first batter that he faced this afternoon, Mookie Betts, but since then he's starting to get the feel for it.
Popped up. Smoke will give it a look, but it's well out of play. The triple by Mookie Betts, his first extra base hit of the season against the Blue Jays. He's 1 for 2. That's only his 5th hit in 41 at-bats against Toronto this season.
He was a terror last year, wasn't he, against the Jays?
Blue Jays have a 2-0 lead. Xander Bogaerts is on deck. Pedroia with a full count. Tough part of the order for Dickey. Base hit. Betts comes in to score. Pedroia picks up the RBI and extends his personal hit streak against the Blue Jays.
Boy, he just puts up good at bat after good at bat. Runner at third base, infield back. You're not trying to do too much. Just make contact. Don't strike out. Don't pop up. He knew he was going to get one of those knuckleballs. This time it's on the inner half, and Pedroia laces it into left field. No chance for anybody to get that one. Cuts the lead in half.
23 straight games for Pedroia he's hit in against the Blue Jays. Picks up the RBI, number 23 on the season. It's a 2-1 game.
You know, hitters, Buck, have got to make adjustments against R.A. Dickey. One of the adjustments I see that Bogaerts is doing, he is way up in the batter's box. Remember, against a traditional pitcher, he's back by that back line, trying to get as much viewage of that pitch as possible. Look where he is now against R.A. Dickey. Up in the batter's box, trying to catch it before it breaks.
Don't you love that?
Love it.
Every pitcher is different, obviously, and every pitcher is going to throw you pitches at different speeds. So when somebody throws slower and has a knuckleball, why not move up? Same for a sinker ball pitcher. If you move the front of the box, you might catch it before it sinks out of the zone.
Well, doesn't he lead the American League in hitting? That might be one of the reasons. He's a smart guy on top of he's pretty talented.
He leads baseball in hits since the start of 2015. And he's only 23.
Yeah, just 23 years old, playing a premium position. So he moves up into the batter's box and he's going to try and catch that knuckleball before it breaks.
Fly ball down the right side. That one's going to be into the seats. Blue Jays have turned one double play this afternoon. Back in the fifth, after a leadoff walk to Jackie Bradley Jr., Dickey got Josh Rutledge to ground to shortstop Darwin Barney, who stepped on the bag and threw to first for the double play. Blue Jays have now turned 50 double plays for the season. Mookie Betts with his first extra base hit against the Blue Jays this season. A one-out triple comes in to score the first Red Sox run of the afternoon. Popped up down the right side. Long run for Smoke. Long run for Travis, and they can't get there. Hit on the warning track and bounce out of play. Dickey did not allow a hit to the Red Sox through 5 innings. 5 1/3 of no-hit ball, and then Mookie Betts hit a ball in the alley in right center for a triple, and Dustin Pedroia single to left.
They keep coming at you and coming at you. This is the third time through the lineup for the Red Sox, so they've got a lot of information off of R.A. R.A. trying to break that 4-game losing streak to AL East opponents.
David Price congratulating Mookie Betts for scoring that run. Dickey has lost to the Red Sox twice, Tampa Bay and New York, in his 2 most recent starts. Those are the 4 losses to an AL East team. He beat Tampa Bay in his first start of the season down in St. Pete, 5-2. R.A. 2-6 coming into this game. This is his 11th start of the season. Quite a battle Bogaerts is putting up here.
He's throwing some good knuckleballs. 8 pitches so far. Good knuckleballs. 79 miles an hour with some movement on it, but Bogaerts fouling off some good ones. RA now up to 90 on the afternoon.
Oh, pretty good pitch, but you can see pitch number 9 off the plate inside. That late break cost Dickey. It was in the zone.
And he wanted that one too. That is a tough pitch to lay off if you're Xander Bogaerts. You swung and fouled about 4 or 5 of them off. You're in swing mode right now. It's a tough one to lay off.
Another pop into the seats. Look at all those pitches. 10 pitches and a lot of them in the strike zone. Throw another one like number 9 that breaks down and in. You might get a strikeout.
Yeah, 3-2 right now. Or excuse me, 2-2 right now. He might just get a little over anxious.
Base hit into left. Bogaerts extends his hit streak. 22 straight now for Xander Bogaerts. What a battle. He won that battle against Dickey.
He got a lot of knuckleballs, kept fouling him off, and it looked like RA tried to change up on him and throw a sinker. One more time. That's exactly what it is. Sinker down and away, but Bogaerts recognizes that, and he finds a hole on the left side of the infield.
One out. Travis Shaw. Jesse Chavez loosening up.
It's been a long inning for RA. He's throwing a lot of pitches. The Boston Red Sox here, the last 3 batters have been tough on them.
Third time through the order, they got a little better feel of that knuckleball. All 3 of the hits Red Sox have gotten have come in this inning. Pedroia was moving on the pitch. Ball was fouled off. Darwin Barney coming in from shortstop right now, letting Dickey know, hey, you got to stop him. He had a running start from second.
Yeah, he did. And as a pitcher, sometimes things start to speed up just a little bit. You got a couple of runners on, and you forget about those runners, and you give them one look, and boom, go home. One look, go home. Darwin Barney just reminding his pitcher to give him a couple of looks.
Boston has scored a run here in the top of the 6th. It's a 2-1 Blue Jays lead. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Travis Shaw.
Bogaerts is getting a big lead over there at first base. Preston Smoke's got to respect the power of Shaw, so he's got to play deep.
Three and 2. They're probably going to start the runners here. Dickey has 2 strikeouts, but with the knuckleball and the difficulty for Thole to catch it, I wouldn't be surprised to see them run right here.
Yeah, maybe get the infielders to move around just a little bit. Bogaerts looks like he wants to run.
Not running. Ball 4. That'll load the bases. So the third time through the lineup for R.A. Dickey has been a challenge. Pete Walker, the pitching coach, comes out of the Blue Jays dugout.
He's got to give him a blow right here. He's thrown a lot of pitches in this inning. It's a hot afternoon, and you can see R.A. not real happy with some of those calls around home plate.
Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Proud partners of the Toronto Blue Jays. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
R.A. Dickey has thrown 100 pitches in this ball game, but 30 of those pitches have happened in this inning.
That's why we saw Pete Walker go out there, just give him a little bit of a blow. Just keep telling yourself you're one pitch away of getting out of this inning. Get that ball on the ground. You got a great chance of turning it over. Get a double play and get out of here.
Hanley Ramirez. Chad Girardo, the lefty, has joined Jesse Chavez. Ramirez had a 3 RBI game yesterday. A couple of RBI singles.
That was a season high for him. Those 3 RBIs.
And now he hits it. R.A. Dickey hits Hanley Ramirez. Pedroia will come in to score, and it's a 2-2 game.
Well, that's a tough way to get an RBI, but Ramirez will take it to tie up this ball game. One more time, knuckleball. Right on that elbow pad.
Well, John Gibbons has come out of the dugout. He made the call to the bullpen. He has called for the lefty, Chad Girardo. R.A. Dickey, this was dealing, no-hitting the Red Sox through 5 1/3. And then Mookie Betts gets his first extra base hit of the season against the Jays, a triple. Pedroia singles, Bogaerts singles, Shaw walks in, Dickey hits Hanley Ramirez. He leaves a 2-2 ball game. Chad Girardo coming in to face Jackie Bradley Jr.
Miss the MasterCard Memorial Cup Final. It's the Huskies and the Knights. That's later today, immediately following the ball game, right here on Sportsnet. Bye.
Thank you very much, Hazel. R.A. Dickey deserved a better fate. He leaves with the score tied at 2. All 3 base runners on base are his responsibility. Now he turns things over to Chad Girardo.
5 no-hit innings for R.A. and then 5 straight batters reached. Chad Girardo going to try and get the Blue Jays out of this mess. This is the first time that he has pitched in this series. Left on left versus Jackie Bradley Jr. Blue Jays are going to play the infield back. They will trade a double play.
Jackie Bradley Jr. has grounded out and walked.
You see that great average right there from Jackie Bradley against lefties. He's been hitting them too.
This is the first time the Red Sox have seen Jurado, so he needs to be aggressive. And he gets a swing on the breaking ball.
That helps. When you haven't seen a guy before, you can look at all the tape and have an idea of what you want to do. But if you've never faced him before, you don't know what his breaking ball looks like or when he's going to throw it. One down, you see the infield back to try and get out of this inning.
0-2. Way outside. R.A. Dickey's hoping for a ground ball double play. Another breaking ball too far outside.
Chad last worked on the 25th. That was in the Yankees series. Just a third of an inning. He had a couple of hits and a run versus New York. He needs to bend off one more breaking ball right here. Make it a good pitch.
Three and two. No place to put Bradley. One out. Josh Rutledge is on deck. Fly ball that's going to be fouled into the seats. Jackie Bradley Jr. has hits in 31 of his last 32 games, including a 29-game hit streak.
He has raised his average to about 50 points during that hit streak.
Another 3-2 pitch, ball four. That'll force in a run, and the Red Sox take the lead. Bogaerts comes in to score the third run of the inning. And Chad Jurado loses Jackie Bradley Jr., and that's going to be it for him.
Boy, that's just his second walk all season long. He was in to face the left-hander. He just couldn't get that breaking ball over when he needed to. So he ends up walking Bradley and going to turn it over to Chavez.
Red Sox have taken the lead. Jesse Chavez coming into the ball game.
Sportsnet. Presented by the all-new Honda Civic, now available with turbo, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Beautiful afternoon at the ballpark, and the Red Sox have rained on the Blue Jays parade a little bit here in the 6th inning. They've scored 3 runs in this inning. Still just 1 out and the bases are loaded for Jesse Chavez.
Jesse pitched in yesterday's game, faced 5 batters, gave up a couple of hits and a run, and he needs to make a pitch right here. He gave up a hit to Bogaerts, he gave up a hit to Ramirez, but he gets Rutledge here. Again, a ground ball, and the Blue Jays are out of the inning.
Turned a double play off the bat of Rutledge back in the 5th. He's up there hacking and fouls back the first pitch. Blue Jays have allowed another inherited runner to score here with Gerardo walking in. Xander Bogaerts.
That's where he needs to live, right there. He's got that little cutter that is a late breaker that if he can keep it down and keep it on the outside corner, he's going to be successful. He was talking the other day in Minnesota where he gets in trouble, where he gets a little bit too long in his delivery and his arm gets underneath him and the ball rises. He needs to shorten his stride up just a little bit, quicken up his pace a little bit, and his hand stays on top of the ball just a little bit longer.
0-2 to Rutledge. The Red Sox didn't have a hit with 1 out this inning. And then Betts and Pedroia and Bogaerts triple, single, single. And then walk, hit, batter, and walk. And Boston has taken a 3-2 lead. Good fastball. Big strikeout for Chavez.
That was in a good spot too. Rutledge had to reach for it and couldn't catch up to it. He's got a very quick arm swing, those Chavez, and the ball can really jump on you. Gets on top of that one and throws it right by Rutledge for a big out.
Well, you're not out of the woods just yet. Christian Vasquez has gotten some big hits for the Red Sox in this series. He's the 9th Boston batter to hit here in the 6th. Two good pitches, and Chavez quickly ahead 0-2.
That's what you like to see right there. Come out of that bullpen firing strikes, quality strikes. Now don't let him off the hook. Finish it off right here.
Yeah, no reason to get cute here. Just stay down and away. Try to make a quality strike pitch on the outside part of the plate.
He's got plenty of fastball. He does. He's got some movement also on that ball. It's late. Can be very tough on lefties.
Fly ball into right. Bautista has a beat on it. Nice job by Chavez. He comes in and gets a strikeout and a fly ball, but the Red Sox have taken the lead. 3 runs on 3 hits, 2 walks, and a hit batter. Similar to what's gone on here, the Red Sox have a 1-run lead with 3 hits, while the Blue Jays have 4 hits, but it's a 3-2 lead for David Price. For the Blue Jays, Devin Travis will lead things off. Travis had a solid single to center in the 4th inning off David Price with 1 out.
Do you get the feeling that this one's going to come down to the bullpens again? I do. Price is up to 90 pitches. We're only in the 6th inning. Blue Jays have had some good at-bats against him. They've really worked him over.
David Price, his season high in pitches, 114. He came in a game 8 innings against Atlanta back in April. Hot shot. Nice play by Shaw. He'll go to the bag. Another good swing by a Blue Jay hitter against Price.
You know, that is not an easy play for a first baseman with a right-handed batter up. You're anticipating that he's going to pull the ball. And when they swing like that, the bat really stays on the ball, and it's tough to pick the ball up. But Travis, a very good athlete, Travis Shaw at first base, stays right with it and beats Devin Travis to the bag.
Darwin Barney, he's hitting tough luck today. He was robbed of an extra base hit his first time up in the alley in left center, and then pulled one to straightaway left, and Blake Swihart made a nice catch on a line drive. He's hit the ball hard both times.
He's due for a blooper, right? So it can even out.
Ground ball. Bogaerts gathers it up and throws Barney out. 2 quick outs for Price, and this is what aces do. Your club scores you 3, and you come back out bottom half of the inning and get 2 quick outs.
Maybe you can stick around for another inning or 2. We saw that plenty of times last year when Price was pitching for the Blue Jays. He might not start off sharp, but then as the game goes along, he gets a little bit sharper and keeps his team in the ball game, give him a chance to win.
Kevin Pillar has popped out and struck out. Fly ball to right. That's on the run. He gets there on the warning track and makes the catch. Another well hit ball for the Blue Jays. David Price, 3 up, 3 down in the 6th. Time now for the schedule ahead, brought to you by WestJet. Of course, the Blue Jays and Red Sox wrapping up this series, and then the Yankees are in town for a 3-game set that all starts Monday night. Blue Jays have an off day on Thursday. They'll travel to Boston to meet these same Boston Red Sox before they go into Detroit. First time they'll see the Tigers this year. And then the Orioles will be right back here at Rogers Center starting on June 9th.
Should be a lot of fun. That Yankees series, Nova, Sabathia, and Tanaka will pitch for New York. Blue Jays will counter with Estrada, Happ, and Aaron Sanchez, so that should be a lot of fun.
Jesse Chavez got out of a tough jam in the 6th. He came in with the bases loaded, struck out Josh Rutledge, and got Christian Vasquez to fly out to right.
Job right now, you got to throw up a 0 right here.
That's a base hit to left. Blake Swihart has his first hit of the afternoon, number 9 hitter. Righty Joe Biagini is loosening up. Dane Johnson, the bullpen coach, has the lineup on that clipboard, paying attention to who's scheduled.
So does that guy right there. John Gibbons knows that that base hit now has turned that lineup over. Here come their 3 best hitters.
Mookie Betts has walked, flied out, and tripled. Swihart looks like he's going to run. There he goes. Bouncing ball up the middle. They'll have to go to first. When Barney throws out Mookie Betts, Red Sox playing a little hit and run. They're not going to sit back.
Not at all. There goes Swihart. You just try and make contact. A lot of times you hear coaches say, hey, we're going to put the hit and run on. It doesn't mean just hit the ball on the ground. Hit the ball on the ground and try and get a base hit. Looked like Mookie was guessing with the Blue Jays who was going to cover the bag, and he guessed wrong.
Dustin Pedroia had an RBI single in the 6th. Two and out to Pedroia. Chili Davis, the hitting coach, looking at the scouting report. All these teams have tablets now that have all the information. They'll have the head-to-head numbers and video of the pitcher. This is popped up and playable. Left side of the infield, Josh Donaldson, the third baseman, makes the catch. Pedroia's retired. 2 down.
I like that the coaches have introduced those computer tablets that they can keep all that information on. Some of the Blue Jay coaches don't like to use them because their reasoning is, hey, what if the power goes out? What do I do? Where's all my information? I have to go up and get the books. See Chili Davis turning pages and reading scouting reports, all right there at your fingertips.
Yeah, you can have all the head-to-head matchups. You can have some video of the pitcher. You can go back and look at what pitches he throws at what velocity. A lot of information stored in those tablets. 2 outs now. Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts had a 3-hit game yesterday, and now he has extended his personal hit streak to 22 straight games.
Longest in the major leagues, and over that time, it's not just one hit here or one hit there. He's hit over 400 during this hitting streak, with 22 runs scored now in 22 games.
Nice play by Tolle. That ball was well out in front of home plate in the dirt. Jackie Bradley Jr. had a 29-game hit streak snapped on Thursday. And Xander Bogaerts now with the longest hit streak. First American League teammates to have a hit streak of 20 games or longer in the same season before June 1st. First time it's ever happened.
Amazing. Amazing. And Bogaerts is starting to hit with a little bit more power during his hit streak. He's also had 5 home runs.
Boy, he has a good approach. I mean, that's the reason he is such a good hitter. And you'll remember when he first came up with the Red Sox, there was some concern over whether or not he'd hit in the big leagues. So no longer the case.
You know what they did? They said, okay, forget about power. You are going to learn to hit the ball the other way. First of all, you have to have plate coverage. So he started hitting the ball to right field. started hitting the ball to center field, he became a very good two-strike hitter. And then they said, okay, now that you've mastered that, let's try and turn on the balls now a little more.
And look at the coverage. He hits tough pitches and spoils the good pitches and hammers the mistakes. Heath Hembree has not pitched in this series to date, loosening up.
I love that approach with a young hitter. Say, we're going to take the power away from you. You're going to learn to hit first of all, and then we'll worry about your power and your production. We want good hitters.
Covers that inside pitch and spoils another good pitch from Chavez.
You mentioned that he was only 23 years old. All through the minor leagues, he was always the youngest player in the league that he was playing in. So he had to learn fast, playing against older competition. And had success when he was in the minor leagues.
Bogart is from Oranjestad, Aruba, and played a lot of international baseball for the Netherlands. 1-2, 2 outs. Red Sox have a 3-2 lead. Boy, his head stays down on that pitch, doesn't it?
Straight down, right where he likes it, out there. Watch his head stay down on this ball. Track it, right down on that baseball. Manny Ramirez was good at that, wasn't he? His head always stayed right down on that baseball.
Boy, he hit the glove, but Tolley was set up off the plate. You can see pitch number 7 clearly off the plate outside.
The fans, that's what they saw. They saw that that pitch split the catcher right in two. But Josh Tolley, the catcher, set up just a little bit more off the plate to try and steal a pitch. This is a lot like his last at bat against R.A. Dickey. A lot of foul balls until he finally got a base hit to left field.
Two and two. He checked his swing. Full count. Travis Shaw waits on deck. 2 outs. Blake Swihart had a leadoff single. He moved to second base on a hit and run ground out by Mookie Betts. Pedroia popped out. And now Chavez trying to put up another 0 here in the 7th. There goes Swihart. Hit to Smoke off his glove. You better come home. Here's the throw, and they've got Swihart in a rundown. And Josh Donaldson, what a heads-up play by Smoke. That ball kicked away from him. Swihart was running on the pitch, was all the way around third, and they're able to get him in a rundown and save the run for Chavez.
Blue Jays baseball live on your phone and tablet with the MLB.com At-Bat app. Customize At-Bat to feature the Blue Jays and stay up to the moment at any moment with scores, news, live game video highlights, and much more. Download MLB.com At-Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel. At-Bat would have you looking all around baseball. The Orioles have a 5-4 lead over Cleveland. New York leads the Tampa Bay Rays 2-1. Nationals and the Cardinals. Washington leading St. Louis 3-1. Bottom of the 6th in Washington. Ezequiel Carrera shows bunt, takes a strike from Price. Carrera's 2 for 2 off David Price.
You know, I love that Zeke does that at least once a game, where he fakes a bunt or tries to put a bunt down. He's going to pull in those corner infielders. Last time he did it and then pulled one by the first baseman for a second hit of the game.
Breaking ball misses. Carrera with 2 hits today against David Price, who's hitting an even .500 against left-handed pitching. And 9 for 18. Blue Jays need a leadoff base hit right here. Get a man on.
Yeah, they'll take anything. Take an error, hit batter, walk, anything. Just get them on. Good take.
Price has now thrown 100 pitches. Another good take. It's a full count.
Well, he can't walk him, so he's got to challenge him, right? If you're Ezequiel Carrera, that's what you're thinking about right here. He's got to challenge me.
Josh Thole is on deck. Dickey is out of the game. Three-2 pitch. Chopped off home plate. Shaw comes after and slips it. Everybody is safe. Carrera gets another hit. Shaw lost his footing. He grabbed it, was headed to the bag, and just fell down.
He made up his mind that he was going to take it himself. And the loose turf is a friend of the Blue Jays. Carrera runs so well, hits it right off the top of the plate, and then hustles to first base. Watch Shaw. He's back, gets it, plants, slips and falls. And that's a hit.
And Tim Leeper with a fist pump acknowledging the leadoff single. Josh Thole was asked to bunt back in the 5th. Squares to bunt again and takes it outside. Boy, the Red Sox are really crashing.
They're charging, hard charging. Shaw from first base is waiting until Price delivers that ball towards home, and he's on a dead sprint covering the right side of the infield.
You got to believe he's going to throw a fastball right here. Fell behind on the first pitch. I might let Thole swing away because they're charging so dramatically. Even Price.
Holes all over the infield. You don't want to bunt into an out here.
Ball 2.
I wonder if you could fake a bunt, pull it back, and swing away, and then just get the ball on the ground anywhere. Chances are it's going to find the outfield. We've seen John Gibbons do that in the past.
Bunt and a beauty. Thole gets it down. Carrera goes to second. 1 out. Drive of the Game is brought to you by the all-new Honda Civic, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Fifth inning, runner on base. Who else? Jose Bautista. He likes what he sees from the first pitch from David Price. Bangs it high. Off the foul pole down the left field line. His 6th career home run against David Price. That put the Blue Jays up 2-0. And that's this afternoon's Drive of the Game.
David Price has been lifted from this game. He leaves with a 1-run lead. Carrera's his responsibility. Jose Bautista, the batter, when we come back. David Price throws 105 pitches. He goes 6 1/3, allows 5 hits, 2 runs. A runner at second is his responsibility, and he has a 1-run lead as he turns it over to Heath Hembree.
27 years old. He's got a great arm, a fireballer. They got him from the San Francisco Giants in the Jake Peavy trade a couple of years ago. There are his numbers in 11 games, 2-0 with a 183 earned run average. Explosive fastball with a slider that is a power pitch. So this should be fun. Hembree versus Bautista and Donaldson.
Hembree's pitch to Bautista is upstairs for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. We are in the
I was gonna ask you, is this a joke or it's serious? Every game you do that? Okay. Okay, I'm just surprised. And we'll go back like this. Zali, you'll have to explain. Somebody will have to explain that to me at a point. Say when.
Another to chin. That knocks him out of there. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Almost got the elbow of Encarnacion.
And the 3-1 home. He's taking, and it is down low for ball 4. So that'll put Blue Jays at first and second, with the winning run down at second base. Here comes Willis, Red Sox pitching coach. This happening with 2 down after Saunders had grounded out and Bautista had grounded out. But now all of a sudden Ross in some trouble.
It looks like he was being very careful there with Encarnacion, obviously, and even though it puts a man in a scoring position, he walks him, and they're going to take their chances with Paredes.
He's about to bat for the first time after he came on as a pinch runner and stayed in the game to play the outfield. For 2 months into the season, make sure you always know what time the Red Sox are playing. Download the schedule into your favorite calendar program. Visit NESN.com/schedule and download today. So Toronto attempting to do what they did yesterday, a walk-off win in the 9th inning for the 2nd day in a row. And a base hit could do that. 2 down and 2 on. Big swing and a miss by Paredes, who was not thinking about looping a single to right field right there.
Not on that swing. He was a slider. He was thinking fastball. He got the slider from Ross and just over swings right on top of that breaking ball.
Ross with the 0-1 pitch. Nothing in 2.
Another slider. And he hasn't been close to either one of them.
So will he get it again?
Yeah, it's possible they could try to bounce one here in the dirt, see if he chases it, or ride a high fastball.
Donaldson at second, Encarnacion at first, and the 0-2 pitch fouled away.
Yeah, they ride the high fastball. Now I wouldn't be at all surprised to go back to the breaking ball.
Crowd of about 48,000 here today at Rogers Center. See, Paredes 2 for 5 off him. They had the winning run at second. Sox trying to get it to 10. Here's the 0-2. Cut on and missed, and down he goes, and a tag by Hannigan to strike him out. They strand 2. We're tied 3-3 going to the 10th. Sox. The closer coming on, Roberto Osuna in his 23rd appearance.
The ball game. It's a 3-3 game.
Roberto worked on Friday where he picked up his 11th save with a 1-2-3 inning. Outstanding numbers for the fireballer. Fastball, slider, changeup. He has only walked 5 batters all season long. He's got a tremendous 5-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. I'm thinking here for the Blue Jays. Let's get through this inning right here. You got the meat of the order, the best hitters that the Red Sox have to offer. Let's throw our best reliever out there.
Bogaerts, Shaw, and Hanley Ramirez. 3, 4, and 5 in the Red Sox order. Bogaerts hits a one-hopper to Donaldson. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 10th. The Blue Jays playing their 6th extra inning game of the season. They're 2-3, 1-0 here at Rogers Center. While this is the 4th extra inning game for the Red Sox.
Well, we told you earlier that it was going to come down to the bullpens. And as soon as Edwin hit that home run, you knew it was going to extra innings, the way these two teams have been battling each other all year long.
Travis Shaw is 0 for 3 so far in this game. You wouldn't think Craig Kimbrel is available today for Boston. He threw 39 pitches in the game yesterday and took the loss. Hanley Ramirez on deck.
We don't, because we see Koji Uehara, who has closed games in the past for the Red Sox, now starting to throw. He is joined by Clay Buchholz, who was just moved into the bullpen when they got to Toronto for this series.
Two and 1 to Travis Shaw. Base hit to left. Shaw's aboard with a 1-out single. Boy, he's got a nice stroke.
He can pull the ball if he needs to, or he can go the other way, and against a hard thrower like Osuna, Shaw with that nice level swing finds a hole on the left side. He has made a habit against the Blue Jays of doing that.
So 1 out, Hanley Ramirez will face Roberto Osuna. Ramirez got hit by a pitch with the bases loaded in the 6th and got an RBI. He is 0 for 3 overall on the afternoon. Rails at that first pitch. 96 for Osuna. Osuna picked up his 11th save on Friday night in the 7-5 win. 0-1 to Hanley Ramirez. Now it's 0-2.
They can put a breaking ball and he throws the fastball.
Osuna has such a feel for what hitters are trying to do against him. Now he's got 3 weapons.
And here's Josh on the line. Guarding against the ball, getting by him to his right. No doubles.
Got underneath that fastball.
One more time. You wouldn't think that Ramirez would be able to get out in front of a fastball and pull it against that Osuna fastball. But the Blue Jays still playing it straight up. Guard the line just in case.
For the strikeout, 2 down.
You know, but more importantly, where he threw that ball. 96, but look where he puts it. Right on the outside corner. No chance for Ramirez. He just didn't have his body into that swing. It was all arms. Even if he hit it, it's not going anywhere because it was down and away. What a pitch.
Jackie Bradley Jr. He got a bases loaded walk in that 3-run 6th inning for Boston. He has walked twice. He's 0 for 2 officially on the afternoon. Struck out his last time up. Fouls that first pitch back. Osuna did not pitch in Saturday afternoon's game. He had pitched in 3 straight games when he got that save on Friday night.
And they're hoping it's just 1 inning this afternoon. Hold them here, win it in the bottom of the 10th.
He's really developed that slider. We mentioned he had a conversation with his father, who pitched for 22 years in the Mexican Professional League. He told him, you've got to get on top of that slider and create that downward break. And it's been great.
Yeah, he's been getting on the side of it, and the ball's just been spinning, and it was staying on the hitter's plane. Get on top of it, get it underneath the bat.
Ball in the dirt, and Shaw's going to advance. Well, he got a good break as he read that ball in the dirt and ends up at second.
We were talking about that earlier today. You're at first base. You can see the flight of the ball. If it hits down in the dirt, just take off. It has to be an extraordinary play by the catcher to get rid of the bass, find the ball, get it, and get it to second base. You've got such a big head start. Now he's in scoring position.
Osuna roughs him back to second. Go ahead runs in scoring position now. It's a 3-3 ball game. And the breaking ball. This one's in the dirt. Full count.
Understand where you are in the lineup. Right here, you've got Josh Rutledge on deck. He came into this game with not a lot of at-bats. He's a right-hander. You got one of the hottest hitters in baseball. Now first base is open. Know where you are in the lineup.
Full count, 2 outs. And ball goes back to the backstop, and Shaw's going to go to third. It's ball 4 to Bradley. And you were right. You could see Russell Martin emphasizing one that pitched down, and he bounced it, went right through Russell's legs. 2 wild pitches in the inning.
Another slider is in the dirt. Russell goes down, but he just can't get down quick enough. A lot of times that ball will hit and bounce up. That time it stayed down right through the wickets. Shaw makes it over to third.
So this is the man that Osuna has to retire. Joshua Rutledge was a late addition to the lineup. When David Ortiz was scratched, Rutledge has hit into a double play and struck out twice. Rutledge came into this ball game with just 39 at-bats. Two perfect pitches.
How about the job Russell Martin did right there to
Pull that ball back. Down at the strike zone, very soft hands. Now you can expand if you want to.
Bradley advances to second. Blue Jays didn't move their defense. So now there are 2 runners in scoring position in this 3-3 game. No steal for Jackie Bradley Jr. Defensive indifference. Fly ball to center. Can of corn for Pilar. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. It's a 3-3 game. Osuna strands a pair. Devin Travis, Darwin Barney, Kevin Pilar for the Blue Jays. Bottom of the 10th. Clay Buchholz coming into the game. Are in the bottom of the 10th, and Clay Buchholz is making his first appearance since his demotion out of the rotation, and he comes in to this tie game.
He was sent to the bullpen after his last start on the 26th versus Colorado. For the first day here in this series, there is number 10 starts this year for Buchholz. He hasn't pitched out of the bullpen since 2008. 179 appearances in his major league career, 177 of them as a starter. This is his first time out of the pen since 2008. He's only thrown 4 innings out of the bullpen in his career.
The irony of this relief appearance, the last time he pitched out of the bullpen was against the Blue Jays. First pitch strike down and away to Devin Travis. Travis had the game winner yesterday with an infield hit. Oh, 0-2. Devin had a single off David Price in the 4th. He's 1 for 4.
Buchholz, excuse me, Buck's got a bag of tricks. He's got all kind of pitches. He can cut the ball, he can sink the ball, he's got a good curveball, fastball, a little bit of everything. And Ryan Hanigan is going to go out there and he's going to talk to him and say, what do you want to do here at 0-2? This is a good hitter at the plate, and Devin Travis, who can hit the ball the other way. You want to see if we can get him to maybe chase something. Buchholz has great numbers in this ballpark.
0-2 to Travis. That hit him. No swing. He thought it was a foul ball. Go to first. Come to first.
Well, that's what they've got replay for.
Absolutely. Go to first and hit him.
John Farrell's going to challenge this one. Devin Travis did not act like the ball hit him.
Yeah, and that's the problem for the Blue Jays.
He's saying it hit the bat. Now, that's what they got replay for, and they're going to check this one. He didn't swing. The umpire said no swing. And he's saying, yeah, foul ball off the bat. So he will probably come back one more time, check swing. It's right off the bat.
Yeah, it's not even close. So they'll take a look at this, and chances are they're going to overturn that call. But yeah, Devin didn't do a very good job of selling it.
Right.
Right. Because he knew it hit off the bat. How many times do we see Derek Jeter go to first base on that thing?
Yeah. Luckily for him, that was before replay. Right. But they, I think even if he did sell it, Buck, I think they would have gone to the replay.
This replay review is sponsored by Samsung. And Devin Travis, I think he's going to go back to home plate.
Players are right there. The coaches are right there, and you can hear it. You can see it. You know, the Red Sox acted like that ball was a foul ball. Devin Travis acted like the ball was a foul ball. The only one who didn't was the home plate umpire. He thought it hit him.
Yeah, he didn't react as if it hit him at all. You can see him walking away from home plate. And now the umpires are taking a long time to look at this. We had one look at it and could see it clearly hit the barrel of the bat. And remember, it has to be convincing evidence to overturn the call on the field. Yeah, if he comes out shaking his hand, then they're going to send him back. Brian Gorman, the crew chief of this umpiring crew.
Devin didn't even take off of his ankle pad, and they had the bat down there at first base. I think they all knew that he was going to hit again against Buchholz.
Pat, you mentioned Clay Buchholz pitching in this ballpark. He has made 15 career starts in this ballpark. He's 10-3 with a .221 earned run average, and the Blue Jays have only hit .207 against him.
Yeah, .207. Some of his best games have been right here on this mound.
And he's only given up 2 home runs in 15 starts. I talked to him about why he likes this ballpark and why he pitches so well. He said he loves the mound. And we've heard that from a lot of visiting pitchers, how the mound here is really a good one. They're really comfortable on this pitching mound. 0-2.
It has to do with the clay, the way how firm it is. So when your spikes hit the dirt, you've got a nice firm base to push off from and to land on.
Clay likes it.
Clay likes the clay.
Popped in the air. First baseman Travis Shaw drifts into foul territory. One out here in the bottom of the 10th. A reminder, the MasterCard Memorial Cup is on now on Sportsnet 1 and Sportsnet 360. So if you want to check that out, great hockey action. Pretty good baseball action right here. 3-3 ball game. Blue Jays trying to sweep the Boston Red Sox and move 2 games over to 500.
Every one of these games have been great, haven't they? This weekend.
The Blue Jays have won 4 in a row. The Red Sox have lost 3 in a row. Darwin Barney with a 1-1 count.
Blue Jays scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning to win on Friday night. 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th to win yesterday. And then a home run by Encarnacion in the 8th inning tied this one up. And here we sit in the 10th.
Well, in the Dominican Republic today is Mother's Day, and 2 big Dominican stars, Bautista and Encarnacion, have presented their moms with home run presents on Mother's Day.
And I thought for sure Jimmy Paredes was going to get a hit to win it. He too is decked out in the pink for Mother's Day. There he is.
Make it a trifecta. 1-2 to Darwin Barney. The thing with Buchholz, he has been a starter, so he can go a while. Gavin Floyd was the winner in yesterday's game. He gave up a home run to David Ortiz in the top of the 9th, but the Blue Jays scored 2 in the bottom half. Base hit for Darwin Barney. He finally finds a hole. He's been hitting in tough luck all afternoon.
Second hit of the afternoon for Darwin. He broke his bat last time up to get a base hit, but you're right. His first 2 times up, he sent lasers out into the outfield, and they were caught. This time, he just keeps it right into left field between the shortstop and the third baseman.
So Barney, 2 for 5 in the afternoon. The Blue Jays now have 10 hits. They've out-hit Boston 10-7. Kevin Pillar has good numbers against Clay Buchholz. He's hit .429 against Buchholz, 6 for 14. Pillar has gone 0 for 4 this afternoon.
You know, this is an outstanding outfield that the Red Sox have. Tough to get the ball by them. You can see how deep Blake Swihart is in left field. If there is a soft single in the left field, Blue Jays have to pick up on that and maybe take that extra base, go first to third. He is really deep.
Pop back out of play. We mentioned Bautista and Encarnacion have both hit home runs here this afternoon. The Blue Jays as a team are 25-15 with Bautista and Encarnacion homering in the same game. Pop-up. Travis Shaw calls for it. He's in foul territory and makes the catch. 2 pop-outs here for Buchholz in the 10th. So Russell Martin will bat for a second time this afternoon. He entered the ballgame as a pinch hitter for Carrera after Robbie Ross Jr. was brought into the game, and Russell hit a hard grounder to third that ended the 8th.
This is the guy I think the Blue Jays want up right now. He was the man of the hour yesterday. Can he do it again?
Martin has 7 hits against Clay Buchholz, 4 home runs. A little bit of a cutter, takes it off the plate, down and away. It's a ball and a strike to Martin.
Yeah, that is a pitch that you can't pull right there. It's just a nasty pitch from a right-hander to a right-handed batter. I'll take a double right now. His at-bat yesterday against Craig Kimbrell in the 9th inning with 2 strikes was a thing of beauty. I think everybody knew on the Blue Jays he was going to get a hit. He was been so confident. Even though he fell behind against one of the best relievers in all of baseball, you could just tell that his approach was really good against Kimbrell.
In that game yesterday afternoon, Martin had a homer in the 6th, RBI single in the 8th, and an RBI double in the 9th.
All of them with 2 strikes. Every one of those hits with 2 strikes.
Foul kids went into the catcher's glove.
Okay, he's got him right where he wants him now.
2 strikes. The Blue Jays as a team had 7 2-strike hits yesterday. Buchholz strikes him out. Blue Jays get a 1-out single. Will go to the 11th 3-3 ball game. Here's Jamie Campbell. New pitcher into the ball game is Gavin Floyd, making his 19th appearance. As we mentioned, he picked up win number 2 yesterday in that dramatic win in the bottom of the ninth.
He gave up a home run to David Ortiz in the top of the inning, but the Blue Jays came back with a couple of runs to make Gavin a winner for the second time this year. 114 average against left-handed batters this season for Floyd. And he has only given up that home run, was just the 4th hit he had given up to a left-hander all season long.
Blue Jays bullpen has pitched well here. Chad Gerardo had a bases-loaded walk that forced in a run. And then Jesse Chavez came in to complete the 6th inning with a strikeout and a flyout. Jesse gave up 1 hit in the 7th. Joe Biagini, pitching on his 26th birthday, pitched 2 good innings. 2 hits, no runs, couple of strikeouts for Biagini. Osuna threw 19 pitches in his inning of work, and he stranded a pair of base runners, gave up a single. R.A. Dickey and David Price were the starters in this ball game. Neither one of them will factor in the decision. Two and 1-2. Ryan Hanigan batting for the first time this afternoon. Christian Vasquez started. He was lifted for the pinch runner in the 9th.
And that was in the 9th inning. Hanigan in. He's been dealing with some neck problems since he took a foul ball off the face mask. Now he's making life tough for Gavin Floyd. He can look for 1 ball in 1 spot right here. That wasn't it. Good pitch.
Very good pitch. That gets Floyd back into the at bat. It's 3-2, and number 9 hitter Blake Swihart is on deck. Hanigan hitting 193 for the season, and you can't walk him. Hanigan has 3 doubles, no home runs. He's driven home 8. Little chopper up the third base line. Russell Martin gets on it quickly. What a nice play. Boy, that ball stayed fair. And Russell got out from behind the plate in good order.
You know what he had to do? He had to make a quick decision. Is that ball going to roll foul? I cannot afford to let this thing roll, and if it stays fair, he's going to be on base, so I got to make a decision, and his decision was the right one. Look how he rounds into that ball, sets himself, grabs it with the bare hand, and then fires over to first base. Excellent play.
Remember, Bautista's playing first with all the pinch hitting and pinch running. Jose playing first base for the first time since August of 2014.
He's an athlete. He can play anywhere, I think. I think he likes it too. We see him every day taking ground balls at shortstop during batting practice.
Blake Swihart lays off that low pitch. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Swihart had a base hit in the 7th. He's 1 for 7 in the series. David Price, the starter, on the bench. He went 6 1/3, gave up 2 earned runs on 5 hits. Ball bounced in the dirt. Swihart takes a 1-out walk. We mentioned Floyd pitched in the 9th inning yesterday, threw 15 pitches, gave up the home run to David Ortiz. Remember, the Yankees will be here starting tomorrow night, a 3-game series, and here are the pitching matchups. Blue Jays against New York.
Don Nova, Marco Estrada. That is tomorrow, Tuesday night. CC Sabathia pitched well against the Blue Jays in New York. He'll go up against Jay Happ. I think those two were matched up against each other. And then Aaron Sanchez, coming off a great start, will go up against Masahiro Tanaka on Wednesday. And then the Blue Jays hit the road.
They'll go to Boston to meet these same Red Sox at Fenway Park, a 3-game series, and then on to Detroit to see the Tigers for the first time this season. Quick meeting on the mound. Nobody is throwing in the Blue Jays bullpen. There's a strike. Floyd retired Brian Hannigan, the catcher, on a 3-2 pitch. Got a little dribbler out in front of home. Then he walked Blake Swihart. Now working to Mookie Betts. Betts has 2 hits. He is 2 for 4 with a walk. He scored a run in the 6th.
Didn't they start Blake Swihart when he was on first base back in the 7th inning?
Yeah, he can run a little bit.
There's Drew Storn, who pitched yesterday out of a man on third, nobody out.
Storn had a very good inning, a pivotal inning in that game yesterday as he worked the 8th. Three balls and a strike to Mookie Betts. Dustin Pedroia is on deck.
Everybody up on the bench for the Blue Jays.
Well, this is a big game. It can move 2 games over 500 for the first time since April 4th. I'll go back to 500.
Right, and gather some momentum. Just keep gathering some momentum. They had a great win yesterday. That can go a long way to propel this team into a winning streak. Mentioned that Swihart, they played hit and run back in the 7th inning with him. I bet you they start the runner here.
3-2, 1 out. There goes Swihart, and Mookie Betts fouls it off. Swihart slipped a little bit as he broke towards second. Got a little bit of a slip as he took off for second.
Doesn't have a real big lead over there at first base. All the Red Sox are doing right here, they're gambling that Mookie Betts is going to make contact. Put the ball in play. And at worst, if he grounds out, you'll have a runner in scoring position.
There goes Swihart again. The ball bounces away from Martin, and Swihart is going to head to third. It's ball 4 to Betts. Another breaking ball in the dirt. 2 walks with 1 out. Wild pitch allows Swihart to end up at third base.
He has bounced a few of those here in this inning already. One more time. There goes Swihart. Really no chance for Russell, and then not real sure where it is. By the time he runs it down, Swihart's not stopping.
Drew Storn into the ball game. 8th inning, the Blue Jays were down 8-4. Storen had a base runner at third and nobody out.
Yeah, a double, then a stolen base, so he strikes out Christian Vasquez, and then he gets the always tough Mookie Betts swinging. Pop up to Pedroia. Nobody was really talking about that inning after the game yesterday, but that was a shutdown inning. After that, bottom of the 8th inning, Blue Jays scored 4 runs and then won it in the 9th inning. 19 games this year now for Storen. 16 innings. Lefty's hitting .379 against him. Fastball command, very important. Breaking ball, I think, is very important. And we saw in that inning yesterday, he ticked it up a couple of notches after that runner got to third base.
The infield is playing it halfway. If they get a sharply hit ball up the middle, they'll go for 2. Dustin Pedroia. There goes Betts. Moving on the pitch. Pedroia fouls it off.
You got a lot of weapons if you're the Boston Red Sox. Speed is one of them. So why wait around?
Betts is 8 for 8 in stolen bases. Pedroia can make contact. Obviously, the Red Sox trying to stay out of a double play. Josh Donaldson always communicating with the catchers in these situations for the possibility of a pickoff play at third. Got a young base runner in Blake Swihart. 0-1 to Pedroia. Betts bluffed a fake. Good breaking ball that buckled Pedroia's knees, but it was inside.
Yeah, he was looking for something firm right there, and Storen crossed him up with a breaking ball. Betts is trying to get a jump on Drew over at first base. They want to stay out of the double play.
There he goes. Foul tip. That hits the umpire. Nick Lentz says he's okay. Remember, in the first game of this series, actually yesterday. Mike Demure, the home plate umpire, was hit with a foul tip squarely in the mask, had to leave the game, and he is not in this game today.
He brought in Sam Holbrook to replace him to finish up this series.
One and 2 to Pedroia. Can Storen do it again? He inherits a tough situation. First and third, 1 out. There goes Betts. Foul over Swihart's head. Storen, with that good inning under his belt, starting to throw the ball much more effectively, can earn some more important outings with another big save here. Obviously not a save, but a save of the situation.
Yeah, save the inning for the Blue Jays right here. Make a pitch.
Pedroia fouls it off again. Donaldson broke to the bag at third. Betts was moving. There's all kinds of motion on the infield.
And there's all kinds of things happening here. When you look at third baseman in these situations, you see if he's trying to give a sign to the catcher that they want to try and pick him off. Josh is always moving, always trying to deke that runner back to third base. It worked a couple of times for the Blue Jays last year, where they actually picked a runner off at third base from the catcher.
Infield now has come in at second. Barney has moved in closer at short. Travis at the edge of the turf. 1 and 2 again to Pedroia. That's not running. Fly ball to the alley and right, and this is trouble. Up against the warning track, bounces out of play. Blake Swihart comes in, and the Red Sox have taken the lead. Dustin Pedroia, an RBI ground rule double here in the 11th. For Pedroia, that's his 4th hit against Drew Storen. 4 for 5.
They just keep coming after you and coming after you. This ball driven to right field. And the Blue Jays catch a break by that ball bouncing out of play. I think they've got some options here now. Pitch around Bogaerts or put him on, set up the double play, bring the infield in.
(4-3) Boston. We're in the 11th. Breaking ball foul down the right side.
Drew Storen has that hesitation in his windup. Remember we were talking earlier about Bogaerts moving around in the batter's box. That time he just stopped his hands and waited till Storen started his motion again. Just waited just a little bit, knowing that he has that hesitation in his delivery.
Good pitch up and in. It's 0-2 to Bogaerts. Koji Uehara loosening up for Boston, the former closer, but Kimbrel threw a lot of pitches yesterday. He's probably not available today. Bogaerts checked his swing on that sharp breaking ball. Bogaerts has shown a vulnerability to breaking pitches. Sanchez handled him effectively with that curveball, but that's a different breaking ball than Storen's.
Yeah, that one is hard, sharp, and you have to respect Sanchez's fastball. I don't think he's got a lot of history against Aaron. He's only had 4 at-bats against Drew Storen in his career.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Broken bat. They're going to come home with the run. Barney bobbles it, and the Red Sox get another run with a ground out. Storen made a heck of a pitch, broke the bat of Bogaerts. Barney bobbled it short and had to go to first.
That's why you run the contact play right there. The Red Sox had the perfect combination. Guy who makes a lot of contact and some speed at third base. You're going to break on contact. Ball wasn't hit that hard by Bogaerts as he is jammed, but watch, bats coming home. You have to field it cleanly. All you're doing is trying to put some pressure on that defense to field it cleanly and make the play. That time the bobble cost the Blue Jays a run.
Both of those runs charged to Gavin Floyd. 2 more inherited runners have scored this inning, 3 in the ball game. That has been a problem area for the Blue Jays all season long. Storen made a terrific pitch to Bogaerts and shattered his bat. They had a shot at Betts at the plate, but Barney couldn't field it cleanly. The score's 5-3 Boston. Gavin Floyd started the inning, got Hannigan for the first out, and then walked 2 batters back-to-back. Swihart, the number 9 hitter, and Mookie Betts. Both of those walks have come in to score. Little looper into center. Pilar's on the run, makes a nice sliding catch that saves a run. But the Red Sox have taken a 5-3 lead in the 11th. 2 walks and a double. and Jose Bautista will bat second and third in this inning. And they had some conversation about the pitcher entering the ball game. Clay Buchholz is the pitcher of record for Boston. He pitched the 10th. Now Koji Uehara comes in to work the 11th.
Trying to nail it down. He came in on Friday's ball game, which was his 200th as a Red Sox, and gave up a 2-run home run to Josh Donaldson. Lost that ball game. Now he's going to try and save it here on Sunday. Not throwing as hard as he did last year. Fastball and an outstanding splitter. He has closed in the past for the Boston Red Sox.
Craig Kimbrel threw 39 pitches in an inning and a third in yesterday's game. Michael Saunders entered the game defensively. Off the plate, 1-1. Saunders grounded out to first in his only plate appearance. That was in the bottom of the 9th. Fly ball, not deep. Mookie Betts is there. 1 down.
You know, that's what Koji Uehara tries to do now. Just upset your timing just a little bit when you're at the plate so you get it off of the sweet spot. He has had save totals of 21, 26, and 25 for the Red Sox. But since they picked up Kimbrel, he is now a setup guy.
He has had just 1 save opportunity. He's 0 for 1 on the season. Kimbrel 12 for 14. He took the loss in yesterday's game. Bautista homered in the 5th. That gave the Blue Jays a 2-0 lead against David Price, and the Red Sox came right back and scored 3 in the top of the 6th. The Blue Jays tied it up with a solo home run off the bat of Edwin Encarnacion. Edwin's home run was his 100th home run hit at Rogers Center. His first home run in 8 games, but it was a big one. It tied the score at 3-3.
He wants another crack at it, doesn't he?
And Bautista strikes out. 2 down. Well, if Edwin gets to the plate, he'll represent the tying run.
That was that devastating split finger fastball that Uehara had. He's got tremendous control with it. Bautista cannot catch up to it.
Josh Donaldson had a base hit in the 9th. Blue Jays had runners at first and second with 2 outs in the 9th with a chance to win it, and Jimmy Paredes struck out. 2-0.
Josh was the hero the other night against Uehara with a home run. High fastball up and in. Need him to get on base.
Now that one back. The home run off Uehara was the second home run of the game for Josh Donaldson. He had a 4-hit game. 2 homers, a double, and a single. And each one of his hits gave the Blue Jays the lead. That was Friday night. 2-2, 2 outs. That's the ball game. The Blue Jays lose it in the 11th. Boston scoring 2 runs in the top of the 11th, and they salvage the final game of this 3-game series. The Blue Jays slip back to 500, but they win the series against the Red Sox 2-1.
Yeah, you got to take some silver lining out of that. This was a heck of a series. Both of these teams battling all the way down to the last out, and I'm sure we're going to see this for the rest of the summer. These 2 teams going at each other.
Well, the Blue Jays, they lose it. Gavin Floyd, the loser. Clay Buchholz wins it. We'll be back tomorrow night with the Yankees in town. Here's Jamie and Greg. Thanks for watching.